Hello and welcome to the Nova Show. I'm your host, Chris Nova. Welcome to the show. Here at the Nova Show, we do what I want when I want because it's my fucking show. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing today? How are you all? Getting my lights dialed in, so be patient with me. I'm actually going to be right back. Okay, and we're back. One of the things I'm doing is I'm kind of like organizing my office while we're live streaming, but we're going to get into Rust here in just a few. It's good to see everyone. How are you all doing today? I have like dry shampoo in my hair. It makes me look like I'm like 50 million years old. It's great, but it's really good for my hair, so what? Okay. Cool. So we have a lot of people here. Hello everyone, welcome in, welcome to the show. I'm your host, Chris Nova. It's good to see you all. Great to see you all here at the Nova Show. Jaboob is here. Jabu Bob is here. Ghostface Killa. Last Chain, Justin Horner. I Am Robot. Nick DM81. Who else do we have? Coder. Cheeto Bandito. BBTXU subscribed. Thanks for the subscription, BBTXU. The subscriptions are helpful. I appreciate it. Jerome, what up, Jay? Enomam says it's a lazy weekend here. Slept in until just now. Woke up just in time for the start of the show. Awesome. Good morning. Welcome to the show. Justin Horner says doing well. Getting some retro games coding in. And thank you for the follow, Justin. Thank you for the follow, everyone. Okay, so we're going to be looking at Rust today. I gotta run upstairs and grab a coffee and then we're gonna get started. It's gonna be a chill day. I have the next few hours I'm gonna be streaming, so get comfortable. Be here for what? It is good to see everyone. Happy you were here. And I'm stoked. Writing Rust. Hopefully we're gonna be able to make some big decisions today. I will be excited about. And if that's the case, we'll be able to move forward, what we'll be working on. So while I run upstairs, we're going to do a show of hands. Who here has heard of Aura or Aurae before? I just want to see who's in the audience so I know how much to be. And I'll go grab a coffee and see you all in just back. So good to see everyone. Happy you're here. Alan says 17 months. Time is weird. I believe you've been hanging out for 7 months. Welcome to the show. So we're gonna be looking at Rust, and yeah, we're gonna be working on some live coding. We have a big decision we need to make for the project, and while I was gone, looks like not many folks spoke up about not knowing what Aurae is, so I'm just gonna make the assumption you're all kind of looped in, and we're just gonna go deep. Okay. I hope you're okay. It's weird because, like, I feel like a lot of folks view my inability to talk about a specific topic as my inability to do so in general. So, like, I feel like when I'm communicating with people, they'll often be like, let's go talk about the specifics of this one thing. And I'm just kind of like, you certainly can, but, like, in order for me to actually do anything specific, I'm going to want to, like, write something down, form an opinion, and, you know, do what I do, right? And so, like, I'm usually just like, we can talk about it at a high level, abstractly, or we need to come back with the intention of, like, proving or disproving a specific hypothesis. I don't want to, like, waste anybody's time by going into details if we're not ready, and if I haven't had a chance to, like, prepare. So anyway, like, I feel like a lot of my presentations in the wild, like it's really hard for me to be like, welcome to my presentation. Today we're going to be talking about, like, this very specific problem about how to get, you know, kernel instrumentation into your interpreted program at scale, and, you know, the implications of adding debug symbols to Aurae and blah 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 blah. And it's just like I can talk. Like, I'm certainly aware of the nuance there. There's a lot to talk about, so I just don't want to get into it right away. Anyway, I don't know if anybody else ever feels that way, but definitely. Another thing that is really cool, I actually got to do some computer science recently. Like, I did science with, which is, like, the whole reason I'm in. We had a problem at GitHub, and I actually got to, like, write a fucking thesis job. And we have people working on disproving my thesis. It's just, like, that's cool. You don't get to do that every day. I feel very lucky I'm in a position to do so. I knew that degree was... Okay, so anyway, here's what we got going on. So we have this eBPF shared. Okay, so I want to see what we have going on, and then we're gonna make a quick decision, and I'm gonna go work on it. I know this is kind of a lot, but hopefully we can get into it. So let's see, Git branch. So we're on the main branch. We're gonna pull our code, and we're gonna start to look at the virtualization and container runtime CRI interface issue I opened up last night. Who here has looked at the issue? Who here is familiar with the problem we're talking about today? That's what I wanted. And then no rule to make Nova. My make Nova. And then we can talk through some of... We have to go merge PRs here. Thank you for the subscription, Scott Phones. Okay, so didn't I do macro for testing? Why do I feel like I just typed make Nova and it's working, but it's totally here in our file? Yeah. That's why. I was in the wrong directory, so I was not directly interfacing with the makefile directly. If I hadn't... Okay, so make Nova works. And then while we're waiting for this to compile, let's go look at GitHub. if there's any of these other ones we want to get in before we start. We're still waiting on this. Or script tickets and options. Okay, so that one's not ready. This one. Parallels VM setup. So this is just documentation. What is UTM? Does anybody know what UTM means? Update that one. Introduce dev container as an option for dev environment. Is this the .dev container? This is Future Highway Universal Traverse Mercator from Microsoft Dev Container Adjustables app. Dev container JSON. Does this actually work? I actually want to go see, like, a virtual box for Mac Silicon. Got it. Let me respond to this. Future. One. 2. I am fairly confident. No, code spaces works just by reading from the dev container directory. There is that. So there's some thoughts for future. And then let's see what we have here. Jay, who I think is in the studio audience today, added an async test helper. Let's see. Assert. Macro rules. Let's see. Y left not equal. Wait, what do you got going here? So left expression, right expression equal to assert eventually duration 200 and 100. And 10 equal to start instant now, pull interval, Tokyo sleep. Okay, so this is just like a macro for testing async code. That one's fine. Take the left and Tobes on Twitch says, hi, Chris. Hey, Tobes. Welcome to the show. How's it going? How are you? How's life? So we'll merge this one and tap. this one. Folks. To clear language about your work. I would say also please consider using project native workflows for possible world where everyone guess and check their bespoke project. If you need to mount something in a VM, chances are discussion you should be having what is the right way for the project mount thing. Okay, cool. That's what I mean about these large abstract things, is like it's very hard for me to talk about the specifics of something. So that looks good. So Jay said something in chat. Let's see what Jay said. It says, thanks for merging. PS, timeout and pull interval are both configurable, are just defaults in case. Got it. So like you can specify when you call the what the macro generates. Oof. Okay. So there's some advice, and let's get into it. So here's the issue that we're dealing with today. It's this one. If folks want to go and familiarize themselves, I have a decision I need, and I think I've already made my mind, to be honest. But we can talk through the implication of what it is I'm about. Basically, as we're building Aura, we have to kind of understand like what our defaults are, and this is something that we've talked about a lot. And I feel like I'm very architectural discussion, whatever. A lot of people are actually reading this. And so what we have here is this problem. Okay, so Kubernetes established this thing called a pod sandbox. I really like the idea. In general, I actually really like the idea of having multiple containers. Now the problem is that when people think of like a container runtime, when they're like Docker run Nginx, that isn't the same thing as a pod. And I think that's where we get into a lot of trouble. I think it's very easy to like think of a pod as like a group of containers, but then it's like, how are those containers? And so we as a runtime need to form and hold an opinion on what pod sandbox means. Okay, so basically, this is kind of just a loose model that kind of is like a file system and kind of like just like an isolation boundary model. But basically, think of a pod as just like a directory that holds a bunch of junk. And in that junk is like some stuff that you built, maybe some stuff your company makes you run, just like a bunch of junk. Okay. And so anyway, and we kind of need to figure out how we want to isolate all of the junk from touching other junk. And so I called out 3 options, which is pretty straightforward, which is, number 1, a pod is a VM, which is cool. If you can run a VM. Right? This is where we get into some of the nuance here. It's cool if you can run a VM. Now we're in this world of nested virtualization. Not everything can run a VM. Okay? So then we have like this model, which is basically like a pod is a container, and then your image is really just like a cell running in your container. And I hate that. I hate that. I think that it's not the end of the world, but this model kind of implies that we're going to be like mutating the file system in a container, which is kind of rough. Do you still do calls with people, or did you cancel your websites down? I'm taking some time off from public service for the moment. I might come back later, but like, I mean, if you really need my time, I can probably make time for you, but between working on Aura, starting the foundation, and GitHub, I'm just pretty fucking booked right now. Like, my wife doesn't even get enough time. She yells at me that, well, she doesn't yell, but like, she is disappointed. Like, as much as I would love to just spend my day helping people, unfortunately, I do have time, so, oh. So anyway, and then option 3 is kind of a pod as a container in your container. This is a good model, and the only outstanding question I have here is, can we do this with you? So actually, you know what? We can do a little bit of computer science. Cool, so let me type up where I am. So say, okay. Do small experiment. Our hypothesis will say this. I believe it should be possible for 2 containers to share a namespace. Okay. Without making any to the code. Okay. And we will say procedure is, we'll say start a single, we'll say a Chris Nova home container running with Yoki called left. Start additional Chris Nova home container running with Yoki called right. Continue to start and restart right by editing the main big.json main OCI. Okay. So really, let's give it a go. Okay. So, and I'll continue to update this as we move. So this is going to be our small little experiment we're going to run today. So if we can do this, if this experiment is true, then I'm pretty much convinced we're going to go with option 1. That falls back to option 3. That's where I'm at. And I have reasons for that if folks are interested, but the chat is not super talkative today, which may or may not be a good thing. So anyway, we're going to go ahead and pull up the Yoki docs. Hello from Italy. Buonasera. Postmark. Hello. Thank you. Hey, what's up? Based plants as I'm in. And do we, let's go to source. Git clone, git. Okay, so Yoki's installed that way. But basically, I think what I can do is I can do bundle. We will make their P Nova home. Or sorry, actually we'll say we'll make their P home pass. Okay. Basically sudo e docker export docker create home type tar c root effect x b f. Y'all should never run my Chris Nova home, by the way. It's huge, first off. Bueno Seta is correct, thank you. Jay says me as well. So yeah, so we're gonna download and do our thing. Verifying and check some and thank you for the follow, Juan Pablo the 5th. Thank you. There's a small delay with the video. Do you mean for my voice as well? I think my voice is maybe a video. Is that what you're alluding to? You can fix that. It will. Yes, you're. Yeah, while this runs, let me restart. So I'll be back in just a second. I'll restart OBS. So just y'all sit tight for a second. You might get an ad, but just rejoin my channel on Twitch if you're on Twitch. I'll be right back. We'll see everyone in a second. Okay, that should be much better. Cool. I think we're back, and it should be like much more like I'm actually cool. Also, how's my voice? Should I turn my microphone up a little bit? I feel like maybe my voice isn't as loud as it could or should be. Thank you. You are very kind. Yeah, you're fine. So yeah, just let me know if I need to dial my voice up as well. I can also move my microphone. Sometimes if I actually point it at my face, it gets a little bit better. Your voice is fine, says Octafish. And in sync. Okay, cool. So we're good here. So let's take a look. Oh, good. So we got some Go routine assembly code here. That always does. You know it's going to be a good day when your day starts off and you're looking at racks and RBACs. Rip flags. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's see. So let's do this. Sudo e docker create name home. This is gonna. Do we want to do BusyBox? I guess. This one has all my tools. It's just fucking huge. So the Chris Nova home container, it's my operating system. It's Novix, and it's got Emacs and CUDA and all of my hacker and cracker tools and all of my nmappy shit that I use when I need to go fucking probe a target, and like all of my bash scripts and all of my weird goofy Nova secrets and magic and all my weird stuff, kernel modules and just all kinds of stuff. So it's a huge container, but it, like, once you're in it, you can kind of do anything you want. And it also runs Arch Linux without systemd, so it's like a very interesting world, to say the least. If it'll actually. This is what Docker is just bash for .NET devs. I mean, maybe. Okay, so we're extracting that. Wow, this is taking a long time. I'll let it go. Fucking for. Oh, come on. It's built, basically this is untarring into the local file system. So like if we open up, we don't see it in here. That's okay. But we're gonna see it here in bundles, which will be cool because I'll have my own little thing here. For now, Docker has to put it in var run Docker, but hey Tawny. Base plant, she her says, can you talk about your reasoning for going with one so far? One reason I can imagine is you go with virtualization as security, but there's a trade-off. It becomes complex and becomes a source of security problems. It's honestly is for security and simplicity, and I think it actually gives us the best foundation on which to build the project moving forward. So if we go with a VM, then we actually just have like a nested Aurae running in a VM that we can just connect to over like a ton interface, right? And it's all gRPC encrypted, and that VM is just yet another VM in the world, right? It's kind of flat at that point. And we have, you know, host PID1 is basically the hypervisor that allows you to schedule that VM and manage it. And then once we're in the containers, basically the VM host namespace, that is the container namespace we can either expose or not expose. So like if we want to like have multiple containers in a pod, really what we do is we have containers in a VM that have access to the host namespace. That's it. And so we can still theoretically run a container in a pod and like lock that container down if we really want. The main reason I would not go with that approach is because of the concerns with nested virtualization and the concerns that not every piece of hardware technically, whether or not this is a concern or is a different discussion, but technically speaking, not every piece of hardware can run a VM. Virtualization is like, at the end of the day, is a chip level concern. So anyway, we're waiting for this to build now. And I guess I can also do like a sudo docker create name busybox, and we'll just kick this one off to where we're at. One should be a little faster. Baseplant says things. Yeah, what are your thoughts, Baseplant? Do you think this seems like a viable approach? Busyboxy. Okay, so this one's almost done. Why is my computer going? Is it my OBS? Is it my memory? swap. Oh. Memory, 10 gigs out of 60 gigs. No, my CPU is fine. And my video card? It's just computer's going. Oh, right. Maybe this is it my disk? I just wanted to say for helping Maddie with the new job, says Cody was trained. Already knew you were cool, but not cool like the other side of the pillow. Oh, Cody was Stranger. Somebody give Cody was Stranger a shout out. Hey, and Chris Nova Home is finally done. So we have this, and so now we basically do a Docker export. Home. Type R minus C. Here. XF. Sudo. That's a bash command right there, ladies and gentlemen. Mission. That's the command. That's the right. Well, there. Oh, and that's done. So let's. I'm actually curious why we're here. Okay, so this is what my home directory looks like, and you can see where everything is. We have all coming. Okay, so anyway, we have our home done, and we'll run a similar command here as well. So we'll do sudo e docker export busybox pipe to tar minus c. Let's make dir e for busybox rootfs. Okay, and now we will go into busybox. And here we go. Sudo e docker export busybox pipe to tar sudo e tar dash capital C rootfs xf check. There we go. And then we tree busybox, and this should be tree rootfs. This should just be all of the soft links for busybox. And it looks like there's some shared objects as well. And then here's all of the busybox bindings, which is great. Cool. So we have a busybox bundle, and we have free busybox. And let's list bundles. Okay, let's move busybox into bundle. Now we have two extracted OCI bundles for us to play with Yoki. So we'll go into bundles, home, and here we basically do a Yoki spec. And then we go into busybox and we do the same thing. And then, so we're going to be editing this config JSON file. This one here that we just created. Let's see. Base Plant says it does seem viable to me, and it'd certainly be interesting. I think what you're saying about it being the strongest foundation makes sense. Are you thinking of using something like KVM, or is there going to be some kind of eBPF virtualization layer? I'm not thinking. Sure, it makes a lot of sense. I'm just. Oh, no, you're cool. I think we're going to use KVM for what it's worth. KVM is the future. Which reminds me. I just had to check something. Anyway, okay, so where are we? We have our Yoki specs.json, which are our OCI config JSON files. These are what we're going to be. That's where we're potentially going to be performing our work for the experiment. So let's get. Let's go to Ben. Let's go to home, and let's go to Ben. And I'm going to make just some commands here for us. So we're going to copy clean over to Yoki run. And so this is going to be our Yoki run. And then we're going to copy Yoki run to Yoki exec. Okay, and then we're going to how do we execute a process within an exec? Okay, cool. So let's do the D. So first we'll do a Yoki run. Okay. So let's Emacs Yoki run. Let's actually where's one? I know where to go. Let's at Box get all this. Emacs. I'm just gonna steal some functionality from another one. So this is Yoki run. So run an OCI container bundle with Yoki. Usage will be the Yoki run paths. Sample Yoki run bar run Aura bundles busy box. There you go. Cool. Okay. So then we basically do path. No, not path. P is equal to 1. There we go. Okay. And then so now we're going to do a sudo Yoki create what is B? Bundle. Okay. E, and then our name will actually be, I want to make a hash. Fine. It's been a while since I actually just wrote a whole script in Emacs. I should just hang out in Emacs and write code more, you guys. What do you think? I usually use CLion for everything. But every once in a while, I guess I will just go back to the old school because I'm cool. Who's so cool? Okay. So there we go. Then we want to start it. Sudo Yoki start. Sudo Okay. So let's try this. So let's do Yoki run. And if I run it with no commands, it yells at me. I'll say Yoki run, var run, Aura bundle, busy box, like this. This should work. And then we'll say Nova. I think we started a shell. Oh, it's the weird shell thing again. So I'm in the, yeah. It's so there's something weird about, maybe it's this terminal, I don't know, but I can't actually like, exit out of these. Okay. And I have to like reset my TTY. So what did it say about my TTY? Job control turned off. That explains a lot. How do we fix that? Just Googling. Let's go here. And that was busy. Go look at, I think this is actually, I think the problem is right here. Bergs. Bin bash. Capability. Namespace. Remember I said we were going to be doing most of our here file system. This all looks fine. Let's try this again. So let's copy Ben Yuki exec. Copy Ben Yuki run. Then move. Guess I can just do the key list. Okay, it's so that's okay because we exited. So let's do Ben Yoki run, bar run, Aura bundle, busy box, Nova. Okay. Failed to create container. Masked path. So let's Emacs bar run. Sorry, we have to do a lot of stuff here to make sure this is gonna work. Bar run Aura bot. Bundle. 30. Emac. Okay. I'm not really reading chat right now, but I trust you all are saying something good. Okay. Try this. There we go. And yeah. See, this is that very strange behavior. I'm gonna type exit over and over again, and hopefully one of these works. Sudo e pkill f toki. Sudo e ps ox rep busybox. It's like talking to like multiple like the TTI is just very strange. I'm just kind of mostly curious. Let's I'm okay with that. Okay. So let's Emacs. Mounts / proc. How? True. Graph. Guess it doesn't. Yoki run this Nova busy bot. Inner busy. There we go. Sudo e yoki remove. What is it? Yoki kill? Delete. Gotta be delete. There we go. Okay, so then we basically do... And we're still getting this use system false. This, then let's see. Controller RDMA, miss, timer stats and sketch. I feel like this is like, I actually feel like I'm doing like pen tester work right now. Like nothing works and I have to just keep trying things and coming up with strategies and trying again. All right, time for the big dogs. Okay. So, Sketch debug, you're out of here. Process schedule, you're out of here. Looks good. Our limit, no new privilege. Terminal true, args, H. Yoki busy box. Stopped. Okay, so then we want to do sudo e yoki delete nova failed to run RDMA and myths. Process L just approaches trial and error. It is. Oh. Okay. one more. Really? And then let's try a run C. See what we get there. The run C spec has different defaults. Okay. Okay. So we're back to actually starting a shell again. It's reset work. List. That exited, which is good. And we and then we're back to stack. Okay. That worked, just something happened with the terminal now. So let's go to BusyBox. And the only change we're gonna make here is our terminal. Already set to true. And really it was sketch debug. Yoki list, Yoki. So now we'll do a Yoki run. I know this is just a huge pain in the ass, folks, but I gotta figure out if this approach before I go and start coding on this Rust. I want to make sure that this is actually gonna work. So we'll see. So Yoki run. We'll call it Nova Box. These split shells are killing me. At least I figured out that this one will kind of work. And then we want to take PR cap ambient, right? Out of there. So Emacs BusyBox config JSON, and we'll grab ambient. Let's just box and run. And we're still back here. So is it because we're not attaching? Maybe it's like we're not attaching to the TTY? Because it's like it's like split. It's like I'm in like two TTYs at once writing into the same output buffer. It's very fucking... Either way, we know we can exit. And we can reset our terminal buffer, and then there we're done. And we're back to only having one TT. So let's see if there is a Yoki run, Yoki start. There attach. I guess the other thing that we could do this detach. Okay, here we go. Detach from the container process. Let's do this actually. Let's Emacs busybox. So what's the busybox command to just like sleep forever? Do y'all know what I mean? You just do infinity. Delete Nova box. Edit our config again. I do terminal 2. Thank you for the follow, whoever just followed. So we're still not getting. Is it, can I just do that Y? Did the OCI run command? There we go. You only have one thing in args. So let's look at the OCI spec. We want an example of running a command with multiple args in JSON. So it's the process body. Here you go. Here's the docs I'm reading. Don't want to follow along. It's right here. It's basically there's a runtime spec config. Args, array of strings, optional. An array of strings. Really, it's gonna look like there we go. Okay, so let's see. It's Yoki list. It's running. Holy shit. Okay, finally. Okay, so now can I Yoki exec? Oh. You do Yoki exec options, the container ID. Container ID is Novabot. So basically, I think what we want to do needs DT Nova box shut. Exec failed. Alright, okay, so box. Is there just now? Stopped. Okay, so now we need to delete NovaBox, run NovaBox again, and back L. Emacs the config JSON. So we want to get rid of this proc sketch thing. Timer does not. Yoki. You get these warnings, which that's because of the version of Yoki, which is to be expected. And then when we do our patch, failed to create. And then now it stopped. We'll do Yoki delete NovaBox and Yoki run BusyBox. That's the command we want. Right, so that's just a restart NovaBox. And then we want exec. This thing breaks. And it still thinks schedule debug is there for some reason. Now delete. Delete proc cache. Okay, so let's keep hacking. Let's get our Yoki. Do we need a path? Let's cat. Where is the yogi? Run, maybe? Is there it is. Nova box. Aha. There's our notify socket. At yogi.config.json. What do you have? Hooks, null, C group, Nova box. So it created a C group for us. That's oh. There's a notify sock. So we'll do a yoki exec. Sorry. Yoki exec. Oh, so here we go. Form our command. Yoki exec. Console stock. Detach. ETY. Nova box. Dash dash. Console socket. Hey glam. Failed to create container. Failed to load container state. Alright, so yoki list yoki delete failed to load back. Yoki, it's just this, I just feel like Yoki's not. I mean, I guess we could try this experiment with Docker. We should do Yoki. Sure. There we go. I was in the wrong directory. That's why I felt like Yoki was inconsistent. Okay. So now, exec. Failed to. I just wish I got more than that. That would be great. now. I'm just looking through. Can you explain the problem to us? So the problem right now is I'm just trying to, we have bigger fish to fry. Basically, the problem of what I'm currently working on is I am trying to just exec into a Yoki so I can run my little experiment that I just typed up. The problem is when I try to run a shell in our container using this command, I get that. So one of the things I'm going to try now is I'm actually just going to get rid of Yoki from the Arch Linux repository, and I'm just going to build it from scratch because chances are I'm going to end up contributing to this thing anyway. Git clone. I just feel like everything I do is just make-believe at this point. I'm running an experimental container runtime that's hosted in GitHub. I've seen how GitHub is built. I know how GitHub is built. I've seen how Yoki is built. I've seen how Linux is built. Everything I'm working on right now is fucking make-believe. Nothing is real. It's all crazy. I'm just like, no wonder nothing works. It's because literally nothing works. Anyway. Let's go and... Here we go. Make you Yoki dev. Cool. I'll be right back while we wait for this to build. I'll see you all in just a second. Okay, and we're back. Microphone. How's everybody feeling? I'm gonna turn my microphone up. Okay, my voice should sound a lot crisper now. Should be a lot more put together, if that makes sense. Perfect timing. Build just finished. Cool. Okay, so. Okay, so Yoki. Is there a make install? Where does it drop the binary off? I always like forget this. Oh, it's right here. It's right there. Okay, so we'll move Yoki to user bin Yoki. Okay, so let's try this now that I have a different version of the program. Okay, so Yoki run. There we go. Now we're getting container Nova box does not exist. Cool. There we go. Okay. So that worked. Okay. And so now we want to do our exec. Failed to create a container again. And Yoki list. Which Yoki? Okay, so that one, we're back to our broken terminal again. Because that one just ran shell. Okay, and we're out. Okay, so let's emacs busybox config.json. And we think we can fix this by adding process terminal true. What is, I just want to see, what does process terminal do? Terminal is false or unset. Console size. Terminal, bool, optional. Specifies whether a terminal is attached to the process, defaults to false. As an example, if set to true on Linux, a pseudo terminal pair is allocated for the process, and the PTY is duplicated on the process's standard streams. Terminal, false. Args, sleep. Infinity, okay? And then for our masked paths, we're going to get rid of sketch debug, and we're going to get rid of timer. And that looks good. Okay. And now let's delete and run. And that worked. And if we Yoki list, so busybox is now sleeping infinity, which is great. And if we try to do our exec, we want to do Yoki exec. D T, the file to which the PID of the container process should be written to. And now we get this exec failed to create container. We can do a create a container and immediately start it. Do we want to try to just do that? Let's just try that then. So instead of trying to sleep infinity and then exec into it, let's just try to just run shell with a TTY. So Yoki run help bundle Reserve. See, I just want to be able to like. So we'll say Yoki. Run BusyBox. NovaBox. Okay. And then Yoki delete NovaBox. I guess we do Yoki kill. Note to pass -9 is a value. I guess kill a NovaBox. There. Okay. So now I should be able to delete NovaBox. Okay. And so now we want to do a Emacs. Okay. So here we go. Back to editing our fucking JSON again. Yoga, you run BusyBox, NovaBox. Okay, so this should start a shell. See, and we're back here again. So, I mean, I feel like a hacker. Like, how do we get shell stabilization? It's like really obnoxious, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So let's do nothing. It still thinks I'm in this shell, right? 31. There we go. We're out. Okay, so at least we found our shell. So very strange behavior. So let's go and let's try to figure out now this. And let's do this. Let's try my pod. Let's fuck BusyBox for a second. So let's copy BusyBox config.json to home config.json. Okay, we're gonna go balls to the walls here. Okay. So let's do home config JSON. Balls to the walls. Okay. So there's that. Is this the bug you're running into? Let's go see. Yeah, probably. How did they run Yoki with debug mode? Yeah, this is a huge one. Thanks for bringing this to my attention. That's probably what I'm running into. I'm glad to know it's a bug. But we can let's keep tinkering and see what we get. All right, so try this with bash. Okay. So Yoki run dash b home Nova. And then we have, look, we're back to having two shells again. We have root at Yoki and we have root at Emma. I mean, I'm in my shell though, but so if I do Emma, oh my god. There we go. Sudo e pkill f bash. I killed everything. All right. Thanks, Beast Plant. Okay. So the only other thing I could do then to test this. Whew. I'm gonna follow up to this issue while we're here. How do I add a... Okay, so there's that one. So that means let's do this. Var run Aurae. Okay, so we're gonna go to bundles, and so we a.out. That's from when I did the TT thing, right? Yeah, okay. I was like, I know what a.out means, and I know the type of people who create files called a.out, and I want nothing to do with that. My heart skipped. If you've ever done any real pen testing before and you just randomly see an A.out in your file system you're working in, your heart will skip a beat for sure. It's from the when my shells were competing with each other. I was smashing T like this to get my character to come through, and it ended up running TT, which is a text compiler. There we go. Okay, so we want to do a sudo e docker create Nginx. There we go. And then we'll do a sudo e docker export Nginx sudo e tar c, hold on, make dir p Nginx /rootfs. Sudo e tar c rootfs xv, what is it, xv xf dash, there we go. Okay, there's our Nginx container. And we'll do sudo e dash. Okay. Yoki run. Oh, and it, sorry, it ran shell again. Oh, I just killed, literally. I tried to p-kill shell and I killed everything. Probably everything but what I was... Oh my god. Hold on. Good thing the characters SH don't appear in OBS, because my whole desktop just broke. Brave broke for some reason. I'm still streaming though. So Discord is down. Firebot is... down. There we go. Cool. Cool. Q. Alright, so let's go to run Aurae bundles. Okay, sudo bash, go to Nginx, and here we go. And I think we want terminal false. Okay. There we go. So sudo e yoki run be this Nginx. Yoki delete Nginx. There we go. Yoki delete Nova. Ugh. Yoki delete Nova. Yoki delete Nginx. Cool. This is gonna take a while for us to build, and I'm a-okay with it. Cool. So let's do this. Docker run nginx. What is the Docker nginx? Docker entry point .sh. What does it run by default? So let's go look at the Docker file. It is. Okay. Cool. So now we will emacs config.json and h. There we go. Okay. Yoki list. Okay, so now time for some hackery. Hackery daiquiri doc. Sudo, no. Yoki run. Okay. Bundle local nginx run. Yoki list. It should say running. And it stopped. We don't know why. Pipe says base plant. Okay. So it should be Docker entry point, which is right here. I just want something to run my fucking server. I just want something to run nginx. I don't feel like breaking into a container right now. Not with this runtime the way it is, but I guess I could. I really don't want to though. Do I need to add like a command to it? Docker entry point nginx. Man, here it is. So it's nginx g daemon off. It's this thing. Alright, so let's... Okay. It's gonna be nginx g daemon off. That's what we want. Okay, so now we will Yoki run. Nginx alert to read only file. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's this. There we go. Okay, so let's Sorry, delete Nginx, and I feel like we're gonna get it this time. I feel like we're gonna get lucky. Permission denied. Stopped. Delete. Namespaces. Okay. Gotta love Emacs when it does this kind of stuff, you know, for my convenience. We'll mount var log. Options, none, that's fine, just like that. Okay. Var log nginx error. Log, no such. Okay, well, why not? Okay, so that worked. And then we have chown var cache operation not permitted. Yoki run b nginx. And that was var cache. Capabilities. Let's do this. Nginx. what this is saying. Let's do this now. Read-only false. Read-only paths. R limit. Do you think it's a capability thing? I don't think it's a capability thing. That's sys FSC group. That's sys. Dev and Q, SHM, PTS, proc. That all looks fine. Slash temp is now mounted to temp FS. Is it immutable? Is it SE Linux? No, it's got to be something with the capabilities. Capchone. Ambient capabilities are where it's at. And run. There we go. Wow, Nova Pants. List. Yoki list. Nginx is running. Now who knows if we actually have the network configured, right? I doubt we do, but okay, so netstat Tulpin. That's Spotify. Nginx listening on port 80 on all interfaces. No way. Ah! This is like the I'm in moment into, like, if you watch any of the pen tester streams, this is like my version of that with Rust. This is like total script kitty hour over here. Good game. Yeah, good game, everyone. Well, thanks for joining the Nova show. I'm kidding, but like, wow. 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 Good game. Good game, everyone. Power up. Okay, so Yoki, stop. Nginx. Yoki, kill Nginx, sig kill, right? And where's my local host? Of course, it's still running. Yoki list. Of course. Yoki delete Nginx. Okay. So why is this still, is it cached? Why does it still show like it's running? It's definitely not running locally. If I curl localhost 80, welcome to Nginx. Where is Nginx running? Okay, so let's make sure that was the right one. So let's do this exercise again. Okay, so Yoki run the Nginx. Okay. Broken and refresh. And still broken. Yoki list. So it says it's running. There we go. Did I just run Nginx locally? Why? Okay, is it just not Yoki list? Show resource statistics for the container. Checkpoint a running container. Okay, now it's back up. It looks like it just took it a minute to start, which is good. I was like freaking out. I was like, oh god, I have so much work to do. But that worked. Okay, that's good. So now if we netstat tulpin, it's running here, Nginx. Okay. And if we ps aux grep Nginx, I didn't failed. Okay, so pkill f Nginx. Okay, hold on. We got some experiments to do. We're gonna write up all of our work when we get done, by the way. All of this just to make a decision. So it's still running. Okay, it's broken. Okay. Well, we're gonna go slow, okay, folks? We're gonna kill. Okay. Yoki kill. Yoki list. Yoki delete Nginx. Okay, experiment time. Starting now. First, we run our container. Oh my god. Yoki run. There it is. Okay, first we run our container. It's running. Let's verify it's running. Yoki list. Okay, status running. Now, let's just look at the process tree on the host system. And we have this command. Okay. And we believe, if we're patient, we should see more Nginx processes start, and we should get our hello world here. Now, the reason I'm running it this way is because last time I had actually just typed Nginx here, and then it looks like it failed, but maybe it like went off and did its thing, but we're not totally sure. So we're still not getting this. So if we do Yoki list, it still says it's running. I guess my question is like, how do we expose a port in OCI? Is there an OCI spec? Or like exposing a port. This is where you have to get into like network interfaces and stuff. Oh, did we get raided? Oh, sorry about that. I've been like zoning out. Hey, Lana, thanks for the raid. I totally missed everything. Just arrived. Are you considering Caddy? Sorry, I hit my microphone. What is the question for? Also, thanks for the raid, everyone. And thank you for the follow. Very powerful nerd. Are you talking about the Caddy HTTP server? So let's check our process tree again. So we still don't have it. So if I run in, I think I confused myself earlier when I ran Nginx on my host. So let's run Nginx again. We should get that error that it can't run because of this thing cannot whatever. And so my assumption was when I did that, Nginx was dead. However, it would appear that it actually, that's the Nginx we're seeing. Okay, and now if we run our process tree grep again, there it is. And if I kill this, I actually did install Nginx in a container. I had tricked myself. God dang it. Okay, that's okay. So let's go look at our Nginx config.json again. And back to more OCI. Fuck. Anyway, how's everybody coming in from Lana's raid? I hope y'all had a great day working on Strain, the video game. Lana, if you're here, you know I love you. Make sure you go drop her a follow. She's awesome. We love Lana on the Nova show. Okay. So now the question is, how do we do the port mapping with Yoki? Does Yoki even support port mapping? I don't even know. Is this something you define in... Lana says, hey Chris, gonna lurk, have a good stream. Awesome, yeah, of course. Thanks for all that you do. Host name is Nginx. And so we have a new network namespace. Okay, well, I guess this is good because we can actually finalize our experiment here. Okay, so let's stop Yoki. Let's Yoki kill. Wait, Yoki, it's already stopped. So now we just do a delete. Okay, so it's deleted. So let's Emacs our config.json again. So we want to basically turn off all namespaces. But we're gonna start with just the network namespace for now. Okay, and we'll do the same in our Linux security section as well as our process namespace section of our OCI config. I can't believe Capchone did it earlier. Who would have thought it was a capabilities thing? Okay, so here we go. Linux resources devices allow Linux devices true. Namespaces PID IPC UTS mount. Okay. Let's do it. Okay, so we'll go to Nginx. So let's repeat our process again. So this time we're not creating a new network namespace. So maybe we can access the Nginx process from my host. We'll see. Otherwise, we can just use NSEnter and see what we get. But for right now, we'll just do this. Okay, so first things first. Let's focus. Yoki run b Nginx. So run the new Nginx container with Yoki. Okay, remember we're not isolating the network namespace. Check the process tree because we are weird. So it's running with our -g daemon off, which is what we expect. So now we want a netstat tulpin. We're looking for 000 on TCP port 80. Just saying, it might be working. And I should be able to click refresh and get the Nginx if our container runtime works. I'm so nervous. I'm so fucking nervous. I'm gonna do it. Hey, it's spinning. I'll take what I can get. I'll take what I can get. I will take what I can get. Can we, let's see, telnet, local host on port 80? Oh, it's telnet, so we have to be hackers. I mean, there we go, right? So HTTP get, what is it? V1, I always forget how to do this crap. Spinning? All right, well, at least we're connecting on port 80. Yeah, because we can't connect on port 81. So it's spinning. So let's continue to Yoki. Let's see, Yoki list. Okay, there's Nginx. So let's just try. Let's just see what we can do. Yoki exec. Running Yoki in foreground mode. No, I guess we can't because of that bug, right? We're never going to be able to exec into it. So var log tlf Nginx. Nothing here. So it's definitely in the network namespace. I don't know if I want to NS enter it or not. I guess we could do ps aux grep Nginx. We could go find the network namespace from the proc file system here if we wanted to. But I don't want to, so let's... Why would Nginx not be responding? Var run Yoki. And let's go to var run Nginx, var run Aurae bundles, Nginx. What is it? Where does Nginx user share HTML? Where does Nginx go by default? That reminds me of that fish song. Where do you go? Oh, because I went to user share, so I need to go to user share. There it is. Not www. Is it H? I thought it was HTML. I don't see HTML. There it is. This is root. Why would it Nginx? And we tail that access log. Nothing. Okay, so let's keep hacking. Let's go up to the root file system. So for everybody who's new here, welcome to the Nova Show, the show where I do what I want when I want because it's my fucking show. Today on the Nova Show, I am working on some container runtime experiments. Basically, I'm building a new project called Aurae. So I work at GitHub. I'm a principal engineer at GitHub. I do professionally. I work on the kernel. And all of our GitHub infrastructure. So a lot of what I do at work is just like managing our github.com. What I'm doing right now is I have a side project called Aurae, which a lot of my work involves Kubernetes and containers and just managing thousands and thousands of computers. Personally, I've come up with some opinions, to put it mildly, on how we could run things more effectively in the cloud. I'll say more effectively because really it's I want to simplify things and I want things to be more secure. So I wrote this new tool called Aurae. It's written in Rust, and think of it like as a way to run a lot of things on a computer like Docker, but it also kind of like abstracts the kernel as well. So it's a new tool. It's very experimental at this point. And one of the things I'm doing right now is I'm just doing some basic research on how this program called Yoki, which is like a container runtime, works, just so I can inform some decisions for the rest of the project. So if y'all are interested in containers or Rust or C or hacking into computers, that's what I do here. I also sometimes we'll look at the news, we talk about eBPF. If you're into Linux, you're usually gonna have a good time here. Also, I'm just kind of weird, so I'm autistic, so I don't always communicate as well as I could, so just be patient with me. Or just whatever, I don't really care. Anyway, point is just, you know, make yourself comfortable, sit yourself down, pour yourself a nice cup of whatever it is you're drinking, and hang out or having a party. The QQ says active fish. And thank you for the follow, everyone. Talk a bit about the eBPF. Okay, I really want to finish this experiment first, but we can talk about the eBPF. Basically we're instrumenting every process on the host, so Aurae can guarantee that everything that we run gets instrumented, which is really cool. And there's some big implications of that. And I think we instrumented with eBPF. I don't want to go on a big tangent about how eBPF works, but feel free to follow me on GitHub. I do a bunch of work on it. I built a rootkit once that allows you to break into a computer with eBPF. It was pretty cool. I gave it to Ukraine after Russia fucked them over, and they used it against Russia, and it made me happy. Anyway, welcome to the show. Okay, so let's see, we have root file system here. So we're gonna actually edit this config JSON again. So the config JSON is basically like they call it the OCI spec, but it's basically just like how you define a container, right? So I had done this varlog nginx, which I'm actually going to, we have tempfs. Let me do this. Cat bundles Aura config JSON. So I did this I mounted it from the host. So I bet I can do that here as well. There's a /etc pki somewhere in here. Etsy Aura. Here we go. That's what we want. And we're gonna do basically, there we go. Okay. So it's a bind mount. There. That looks good. Okay, so now let's rerun our experiment here. So we want to kill, so this will be Yoki kill, nginx sig kill, Yoki delete nginx, and then, sorry, let me adjust my microphone here. And then we are going to now do a Yoki run bundle local, call it nginx. Permission denied. Okay, so we're back here again. Yoki list. Okay, and if we go to var log nginx, so that works. What was our permission denied error? Open access. Permission denied. Okay. Let's try this again. So we'll do Yoki run. Oh, sorry. Yoki delete nginx, and there we go. So now we'll try it again. We'll run it. Okay, it worked. Deleting the access log fixed the file permission error. So that worked. So we're now, so this is cool. We're now bind mounted from the container to my host. So I should be able to actually see the Nginx logs now in my container. So we can refresh. And we should be able to tailf var log Nginx. And let's stop. And let's rerun it. We got a signal worker process and cannot be respond. And it's still spinning. This is fascinating. Cool, cool. So we have that. So that's error log. Let's see if there's anything in here. So it's set group ID not permitted. I think we're getting some more capabilities. That group ID set good. Okay. I think Nginx is in a state of disarray because it can't set the group ID it's trying to set, which I'm okay with. So let's kill Nginx and delete Nginx. And now we're going to look at the Linux man pages for the set group ID capability. Capabilities. Good old man7.org. So we set capchone earlier. So let's do cap net admin, performs network related operations, modifying route tables, perfmon net raw. Set gid. This is the one we want. Cap set gid. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. So who here that is new to the show knows what Linux capabilities are? More important question. Who here doesn't know what they are, but wants to know what they are? Set GID. Okay, set GID, comma. There we go. Okay, so this is so obnoxious, whatever. Set GID, comma. Inheritable capchone. Cap set GID and ambient. Ah. Okay. Run. Okay, so we're going to restart our experiment again. We're going to run the Nginx container. Set GID. CRD failed, so I have a syntax error somewhere in here. Ah. There we go, that looks good. Try this again. There we go, so that worked. Okay, so now we can check the local route information using netstat toolpin. We're looking for 000:80, all interfaces on TCP port 80. Aha, we have it. So that's good. So we're no longer isolating the network namespace. That's good. And so now we want to tail f var log nginx. So this might be from earlier. So this is what? This is at 0004. That was about a minute ago. Maybe it took me a minute to do that. And let's refresh. Still hanging. Still hanging, and no, nothing here. Okay, so now we will kill our pod and we will delete our container. And let's look at our nginx-g really quick. So nginx help, what is -g? Let's do man nginx and see. So we're looking for -g. Directives, set global config directives. See examples, details. These are signals, debugging log, environment files, history authors. Okay. So let's now try config.json. Raises my hand. Thanks Forrest Flanner for volunteering. So yeah, Linux capabilities are a new permissions model for how you can manage different parts of what you can and can't do as a user. These are really important to like containerized processes, which is what we're using now. So anyway, so what we want to do is we want to get rid of this -g in our process. So let's find engine here. So we're actually just going to run nginx. Just like such. Okay. So let's run our experiment again. Yoki run. Okay. Yoki run. And we will do Yoki list. So it's stopped. Start worker process. And this was at 4. So this is our error. So we fixed these errors. Get our limit. 1024. Start worker process 3. But it still thinks it's stopped. Yeah. So daemon on maybe? Let's try this. Nginx, comma, -g. Okay. Yoki delete run. Okay, so it's running. It's running. And we want to, where's our cat? Okay. So this is at 8. So these are our logs from the process we just started. 0832. List. So it still says it's running. So let's do this. Let's actually rm rf var log nginx everything. So now let's kill our container. I know this is going to be a lot, and delete our container. And now let's run it again with clean logs. So cat var log nginx everything. Nothing. Perfect. Okay, so we'll run our container. And we'll then cat our logs. So this is all new information. Everything we see here just happened. Set UID. Awesome. Okay, so let's add another Linux capability. Why not? Why the fuck not? So back to Linux capabilities. Again, why I sit here and struggle my way through editing JSON and Emacs. The Linux capabilities, so basically what just happened, if you're familiar with Linux, was the kernel said, yo bro, you can't set the user ID. So set UID is, this is from libc. It's one of the system calls in Linux. You can set a user ID. It's how you change file permissions, basically. A lot of the low-level hacks that you see where people are like breaking into a computer, it's using set group ID, set group user ID, set user ID, etc. There's different ways you can do like privilege escalation, and you can like force a program to like change its own user ID, and like there's some cool stuff you can do. It involves writing C and basically just understanding what GUID and SUID and all of these things are. So in this case, yeah, so Baseplant gave us a set UID smiley face, because you know, if you know, you know. If you know what cap set UID is, you've broken into a computer before. Basically what it boils down to. So anyway, what we're doing in our container is we're turning them on, which one of the reasons why Aurae is notably exciting is because we can isolate all this stuff again. So that's what we're going to be doing with the virtualization layer we'll talk about here in a little bit. So anyway, we're going to actually give our process capset UID. Here. There you go. And then ambient, which really the only one we have to change should just be ambient, but we're going to put them everywhere for good measure, just because we're not sure how. Okay, so there we go. So there's that. So let's kill and delete. And sorry, 1 second. We're gonna run our little experiment here. I just need to check something really quick. I'm just looking in my Discord. Also, if you want to come hang out in our Discord with us, you're welcome to come hang in our Discord. We have a good time. Okay, so we have Yoki delete Nginx, which looks good to me. And we'll clean this up. Okay, and Yoki list. Okay, and so we'll say rm rf varlog Nginx. There we go. And thank you everyone again for the follow. I do appreciate it. Okay, so there's varlog Nginx. Okay, so we'll run Yoki, new experiment. We will cat everything. This looks healthy. This does not look like a fucked up Nginx process. I'm so nervous, you guys. I'm so nervous to see a welcome to Nginx on here. Upset UID for the fucking win, boys. New information. Okay, Yoki list running. We did it. We did it. Fuck yeah. We hacked the fucking server. Okay, so let's Yoki stop. Or wait, kill. And look at that, and delete Nginx and run Yoki Nginx. Heck yeah. Cool. Good good game this time. No, for real. Heck yeah. So we got it. Okay. So Yoki list. Cool. So what's cool about Yoki is what you don't know is that we just wrote some code to have it compiling with muzzle like a couple of weeks ago. So it's like our own Linux Rust code for the project that we're actually exercising right now. So like, hooray, that's exciting. Okay, cool. So we have Yoki running Nginx. It's running as root. And if we run here, there you go. It's running Nginx. So now here's the real question. Here's where things are going to get a little spooky. Let's go to user share Nginx HTML. Okay. Let's see if we can edit the container file system directly from the host. This is gonna prove or disprove how we can do pods. Fuck yeah, we can build pods with Yoki. Fuck yeah, I'm so excited right now. Okay, that was really tight. I'm really, really excited right now. That makes me really happy. Wow. I feel like the internet is just make-believe again. I feel like it's the 90s. The world is our oyster. We can do whatever we want. Okay. So that does it. We've exposed the network. We've exposed the file system. We know where to find the file system. We can talk to each other over localhost. We don't even have to do volumes. We can just simplify this whole fucking thing. Which means we can run all this in a virtual machine. All right, it's decision-making time, boys and girls and thems and all people in the world who I try to respect. But mostly I just wanted to feel like the Trailer Park Boys. Y'all ever watch the Trailer Park Boys and they're just getting drunk and stoned all the time? Come on, Reiki. I feel like that when I'm on Twitch. I just want to be like, come on, boys. We're going to go down to Leahy's trailer and get drunk and stoned on Rust. Look, I didn't want to say I was going to get drunk and stoned on Rust today, but I'm going to get drunk and stuck on Rust. Like, oh, nice. No volumes. Yeah. Cool. Well, so we can still do volumes, but like we can just share, like we can just simplify this whole thing, right? Okay, cool. What does pod sandbox mean to Aura? Oh, I got a heart here. Jerome. Awesome. Cool. So we're going to perform a small experiment. Also, I'm gonna go turn my heater on 1 second, and then I'm gonna share my screen, but I'll be right back. Okay. So let's get to it. Nova, I think the chat frozen above your logo. Oh, hold on. Well, I can fix that. Oh, I can fix that. Okay, I think the next person who says something in chat, you should see it up above my head up there. See? Thank you. Oh, and then I gotta readjust the size here just a little. There we go. Okay, that looks good to me. Cool. Hey Theo, how's it going? Theo, you just missed like what would be the closest thing I'll ever do to like a container breakout on Twitch. But it was a container break-in, kind of. It was mostly just me using this new experimental thing in Rust called Yoki, and getting Nginx running and exposing some namespaces and just doing some cool stuff. Gasp, I missed it. VOD to the rescue. Yeah. I'll keep the VOD open and it should work out pretty great. Okay, so let's keep hanging out and doing the thing. So let's update my whatever. Q. Cool. Procedure. So we'll say that we'll just write a new comment. Okay. Results of the experiment. Jay the developer says, hey Chris Nova, it feels like it's been a while since I've seen you stream. Welcome back, Jay. I haven't streamed in a couple of weeks. Could you have done this without Yoki, like with Podman or good old Docker? So we could have, but where we're going, we don't need. So check this out. This is what's really cool. So if you don't understand the implications of what just happened, I basically have demonstrated that we can replace most of Kubernetes, all of systemd, Docker, and CNI with a single Rust binary that allows you to feed TypeScript instead of YAML to it. And so that little experiment we just ran with that little Nginx pod demonstrates that I can isolate the containers in a micro VM and share the network namespace and the host's namespace. Sorry, the network namespace with the host, and actually create like a transparent Kubernetes-like experience, just running in a VM. And that's why I got excited, because I was like, it showed that we could use the local network. And remind yourself, so the reason I'm excited is because like there was no extra tools involved in doing this. There was no CNI, we didn't have to mutate IP tables, it was just all over the host network in the same network namespace, which you usually don't want to do. But because of the way that we're configuring things, it's going to be transparent and it won't matter. And that's just really exciting. I just love like simplifying the stack whenever I can. Have we benchmarked the overhead of the micro VM? No. We haven't even started on the micro VM stuff yet. We just wanted to prove that this was something we could do, if that makes sense. Okay. So let's actually... Whew. Also, I just started drinking that really cold coffee and I've got really cold, so I'm like shivering now. Okay, result of the experiment. I was able to run an Nginx container with the Yogi runtime. And then I think I do JSON. And so basically, let's put... Let's get our JSON here. And actually, let's do this. I just want to save that before I forget. No, can I just do... Instead of putting it in that, I think I can actually just do this. There you go. Now can I put that in like here? I don't know if GitHub will do this or not. It cannot, but that's okay. We have it, and I can get it out of here if I need to in the future. Okay. See details, or we'll say expand. Details for raw config.json for Yuki. Okay, so there's that. Okay, and we'll say in this experiment, I was able to share the network namespace with the host. We'll say additionally, I was able to mount, we'll say bind mount, the var log directory with the host to by removing the configuration from process namespaces. In the config.json. Additionally, I was able to bind mount the varlog directory with the host. Additionally, I was able to mutate the bundle file system directly and show the updates. We'll say procedure. Okay, so number 1. Run the Nginx container with the Yoki. We'll say copy the config.json above. Make dir Nginx, and then I do cd Nginx. Be here. And then we make dir rootfs, and then it's what's my command? Let's see if I can type this out from memory. Let's see if I can get this all from my memory. Sudo e docker create name Nginx sudo e docker extract Nginx pipe to sudo e tar e rootfs xf dash dash. It's time for everybody's favorite part of the show. Surprise fucking sneak attack. Good lord. Oh, he's such a good boy. He literally just goes boneless. And he like makes me like pick him up. Okay. Did I get my command right? I think there's only one dash there. Let's go check and see. It's xf dash. Okay. Cool. And then it's basically sudo e yogi run be this Nginx. Have to grab 80. Verify that Nginx is communicating on the host namespace. So netstat tulpin, and then we'll say tail-f var log Nginx. Verify that the bind mount is working with the host. Okay. sudo e yoki run p nginx. Okay, and then emacs rootfs user share nginx html index.html. Edit the nginx hello world. And view localhost 80. And this is bash. And verify the experiment. Cool. I plugged in my speakers and Chris Nova was talking to me. Hey Faf, how's it going? How did you get Docker extract? I don't have that. Sorry, it's Docker export. There you go. My bad. Good catch. Cool. So that should do it. And then clean up with Yoki. And so this is sudo e yoki kill nginx sig kill and sudo e yoki delete nginx. Cool. So that's a valid experiment. It doesn't feel that exciting. Okay. We'll go there. Oops, cover blown on my other account. Haha, that lurk was me. 3 of 3. Oh, somebody. Hey, Vancouver. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Just saying hi. Sure. Welcome in. Welcome to the show. Base plant, tell me more, says Phil. We had a big moment earlier. Okay, cool. So let me edit this one. Okay, so without making any changes to the code. I also believe we should be able to recreate the Kubernetes pod experience directly in a VM with lightweight containers and some basic understanding of how Chroot works. Cool. Okay, so we'll update that. Okay. So the experiment has me convinced of our approach moving forward. Okay. Say decision. Decision to pursue option 1. I am making the decision to pursue option 1. And actually we'll expand this a little bit. We'll say I make the decision to pursue option 1. All Aura pods I'm making the decision to pursue option 1. All Aura pod sandboxes will run as a lightweight virtual machine with Aura DS PID 1. All containers in the sandbox will... Holy shit, that's amazing, says Faf. All containers in the sandbox. I wonder what Arginberry, container bacon says Arginberry. I was like, I wonder what Argin clipped, but I can go check later. So say all containers in the sandbox will have the following characteristics by default. Okay. One, all containers in a pod sandbox will share the same network namespace. All containers, I'll say all guest containers as the sandbox host PID1, as the sandbox or the PID1. Okay, all guest containers in the pod sandbox will share the same network namespace as the sandbox or a DPID1. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. All guest containers in a pod sandbox will all guest containers in a pod sandbox will be free to expose Linux capabilities that will only impact their relationship with the sandbox. Not with the root host. All guest containers will unshare the PID namespace from the sandbox. Okay. PID, IPC, UTS, mount. Do we remember what was all there? Let's go see where our namespace is. PID, IPC, UTS, mount. PID, IPC, UTS, mount. Namespaces from the sandbox. All guest containers will follow the normal the normal Aurae parlance and create accessible bundles in var run Aurae bundles or wherever the daemon is configured. In the event that virtualization is not available, Tawny is here. Hey, Tawny. This should give us the ability to restrict things with similar granularity to SE Linux, but without any of the drawbacks. Yeah, guest container can also control how we want to handle networking upstream easily with kernel routing or vSwitch easily. Yeah, because it's all at the kernel level. You have your own kernel. Each pod gets its own kernel. Each pod gets it. Can you believe I just said that? Each pod gets its own kernel. Its own Guest. Conversely, every kernel gets its own pod except the root. Yeah. Maybe we can consider the root to be a pod. Yeah. Okay, in the event the virtualization is not available, we fall back on the flat container model described in option 3. Cool. I think this... I think this looks good. Decision is made. Okay. Cool. So that means, now that we've made a decision, we can go and write our code. I know it was very architectural in nature, but I wanted to get this one right. Create we need a new top level service that sits alongside the existing cell service. That runs containers. The new container service will be called from a host or a D to schedule a container in a new pod sandbox. So let's do this. So let's go to temp and we'll make der pod sandbox. Actually, we'll make der Alice. So we'll make der, we'll touch or the host, and we will make der or the guest 1, make der or the guest 2. We will touch or the guest 1 container service.rpc. Okay. And then we will touch cell service.rpc and touch cri.rpc. So in this is the shape we want. There we go. Alice or D guest 1. Touch okay, and tree Alice. There we go. Here's an example model to help me communicate what I am thinking. Imagine a new host called Alice, which is effectively a bare metal server running in Aurae. Alice will run a Linux operating system with Aurae as PID1, and we will call this initial instance of Aurae the host Aurae. Okay. A user remotely schedules 2 pods on the node on Alice. Aurae guest 1 and Aurae guest 2. Each has their own nested instance of Aurae. Cool. There's that. The host Aurae, we'll say, first creates the guest for each pod, and then calls out to the cell service being suggested in this GitHub issue. Schedule containers on each guest. Containers in each guest. Agree to communicate with each other using the host file system and the host namespaces, using the guest file system and the guest namespaces where applicable. There you go. We have to be very careful about our language there. I hope that makes sense. Okay. So we'll say host Aurae, guest pod, guest Aurae, guest pod, guest Aurae 2, 1, 1, new Inuit RPC service. Cool, and CRI. Run pod sandbox. There you go. So there's the new architecture. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I feel like that makes sense. I feel like this is well communicated at this point. Okay. So this is the new architecture, and it's not really new. Create container service. We'll say pod What does pod sandbox mean to Aura? Base plant says, yep, I'm following. Okay, so there's that one. So what other issues do we need to do for this? So basically, refactor pod sandbox to use virtualization. As mentioned in what, so we'll say options. Cool. Tawny and Faf, whatever y'all are working on, if you need me, I trust you to just let me know, okay? Options I am aware of. Okay. So we'll say, obviously, Chemia. Firecracker. Kivian directly. And then somebody had mentioned, what does pods... Somebody had mentioned there was like a Rust library. Let's go see. opendev.org. vhost, Linux loader, Linux kernel loader. Container with all dependencies required for running. Integration tests. What is Rust VMM container? Is a container... Oh, it's just a container for running KVM octals. Base plant. Yeah, this looks... It's Virtue. It's libvirt. Pair virtualized drivers for KVM Linux. Queue and devices. Container, Docker, security, setconf. Fuzzy. So there's VM Virtue. What we were looking at. Microsoft hypervisor actals and bindings, Linux loader. So what is vhost? Is this a virtual host? Host to vhost, it currently consists of. How do I just run a VM like Qemu though? I just want an example of like. We established a way of... After we establish a way of... the current pod sandbox implementation in detail with two things. One, a switching mechanism similar to our init crate that allows us to detect if virtualization is possible at runtime. Two, implementation detail for replacing or running pods as VMs with a spawned Aurae. There you go. That's the move. Cool. So what we really want to do is we want to figure out Wow, virtual machines guest memory. Great, Linux kernel loader. Linux loader offers support for VM compressed images. Start VM guest memory is we basically do create guest memory, kernel file, open kernel file, fail to load kernel, load command line guest memory map, configuring boot parameters. Now, how do we load an image though? Consider an x86 VM that interfaces with Linux loader, loads an elf kernel image from file. Let kernel start address. Failed to load kernel. So, but how do we configuring boot parameters? The VM sets up initial registry values with phase. Linux loader can also configure additional boot parameters using the structs exported by Linux loaders. Boot params. Linux boot configurator, write boot params, new 0-page adder, guest memory, done. So does this boot configurator, can we give it like grub configuration? Can we actually tell it where to run init? I guess it'll just run init by default in most situations. And if it runs init, then we're done. Okay. I think that's what we want to do. Cool. So, here's source configurator. Here's x86 linux.rs. Is there display? Here we go. Writes the boot parameters configured elsewhere into guest memory. HDR magic loader, mem size, boot params, kernel, 0-page, guest memory, write boot params. So this looks like these are just Linux kernel boot parameters, which would make sense because this is just like PVH physical. What's PVH? Okay. Memory table. So this is just configuring the kernel memory. Boot configurator. Start. This doesn't give us what we need to actually start guest address. Our first process. Does that make sense? That's how you load the kernel. And then I guess command line. What is command line? Init arg separator. It's a dash dash. Okay. So we have a null terminator, no boot args. Display, funct. Struct command line. Here we go. A builder for the kernel command line string that validates the string that is being built. So you basically do Linux loader. We in string foobar. Okay, capacity, command line capacity must be greater than 0. Key val. And inserts a key val. So this is how grub works. So this feels like we're getting somewhere. See, you basically can insert key value into the kernel memory. Insert a string into the boot args. Returns an error if the string is invalid. String to be appended to the command line. Foobar. And then it's null terminated. Insert init args. Here we go. Inserts a string into the init args, returns an error. Slug, string to be appended. Insert string foo. C string foo dash bar. Okay. This is starting to feel very grubby, isn't it? C compatible representation. This is great code. Adds a virtual MMIO device to the kernel command line. Converts a guest to use size. Tries to build a command line. a given capacity from a string, boot args, init args, try from, rust, foo dash dash bar, raw bytes, capacity. I think that's what, this is the function we want to call. It's this try from. So I got my Twitch dashboard, the Aurae GitHub. Let's see. Good comments. I know, this was really good. So here is where I think we start. Number one, we need to form a bootable string. Number one, check out the try from function here. Arguments and Linux loader, great. Our init process, similar to any bootloader. Look in here programmatically and programmatically. Problematically is more like it. Programmatically. Why can I not ever spell anything? Pragmatically, programmatically, whatever. We can hook, oh my god. Programmatically. Jeez, that was anything but programmatically. We can hook in here programmatically and generate the string as you boot a nested or a D as a guest for a pod. Cool. There you go. I think that's where we go next. Cool. All right. Programmatically, this base plant is still part of pragmatically versus programmatically. Nice. I'm gonna wrap up for the day, you guys. I'm gonna go cook dinner and I'm gonna get out of here. So now's a good time for questions. If anybody has questions for me or the stream or the show or anything at all, I would love to answer any questions now while my head is kind of up and I'm free. Programmatically, I know. Poggers. Pog. So yeah, it's been a fun day. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'm sorry I didn't get to actually write any Rust today. I was just doing experiments in Bash and writing architecture docs, but I feel like we at least now know what we need to know for Aura. The comment still has a typo in it. It says base plant. Pragmatically. There. We can hook in here and generate. There. I fixed it. We can hook in here and generate. There you go. We did a lot today. So yeah, it's been really fun. If you haven't already, consider making a donation to my Ko-fi page. If you like my work. And that will help us keep our Mastodon server and our nonprofit online. We'll have more information about the nonprofit and Hackaderm and Nivenly and everything that we're doing as we move forward, so stay tuned for that. And you're always welcome to join our Mastodon server, which is hackaderm.io, and you're also welcome to follow me on Mastodon, which I think you could see my social stuff there, and you can read more about that in the chat with all the commands I just ran. We have a Discord. You're welcome to come hang out in the Discord. And we have one for Aura, which is the program I was just working on. We also have one for Nivenly, which is a kind of a larger group of open source hackers. We have a nonprofit where we're trying to kind of run this thing collaboratively like a co-op. So anybody's welcome to get involved, and you can basically establish yourself as a leader in the organization now, and we'll do our best to support you moving forward. So that's when I ask for donations, it's going to support that. There's a whole group of us there. Let's see, what else? Thanks to our mods, Tawny, Faf, all of the mods who are here today, Last Chain, etc., etc. And I guess I will see you all next week. I'm gonna try to stream more during the week. Hopefully things at GitHub are starting to calm down for me. But yeah, I am going to, now I'm gonna get out of here. I'm done. I love you all. I love you all so much. Oh, Madeline's here. Stick around, Madeline. I love you. Proud of you. Good job. Keep up the good work. She says good night. We're gonna go raid, so we're gonna raid somebody who's very special to me. His name's Underscore. He is my favorite Twitch streamer to watch. So I'm actually gonna go watch him after this. So I have this is a favor for all of you who are here in the chat. I'm here for the raid, says Madeline. Okay, so here's what we're gonna need to do. So Underscore, he's my favorite streamer to watch. I'm sorry, Madeline, I love you, but Zunderscore is my favorite. Actually, you're my favorite too. You're all my favorite, but I love Zunder, point being. And he's the sweetest, nicest person I know, next to Keel. And when we raid Zunder, so he has his chat on the side and we can DDoS him. So if you all say things in the chat and follow him, his stream, his OBS will like, thanks for the follow. Like it has all of like the gadgets and gizmos and everything that you think. So if we all do enough at one time, we can actually DDoS his stream. This is like my favorite thing to do, is we're going to raid him and then DDoS him. And then I'm probably going to go talk to him and tell him I love him because I'll join his Discord and be in his chat. But anyway, if you send a bunch of emojis, you are going to contribute to that. So I would love to see the Barnaby emojis and the Nova emojis and the rack and the coffee and everything. Cool. So thanks for the follow. Make sure to drop me a follow. You can also see this stream on YouTube if you missed it earlier. I'm on YouTube at youtube.com/ChrisNovaLive. And all of my streams are indexed there. I'm out of here. We're going to go raid Zunder. I love you all. You're all beautiful people. And we'll see you all next time. So thanks, and I'm out of here.